Just recreating that expression we had earlier. I think I might need to make sure I'm rotating these. It's okay. That much of a difference. It's only moving this little section anyway. That's all that really matters. Nice little squint there too. Happy. Something else. That's oh. I need I need hit I. Okay, 24 confusion. Actually do this one asymmetrical. Got a big ha. Ha. Got a big ha. Eh. Down. Boom. Maybe a little, even there, just rotation. And we'll squint this one too. Yeah, that looks much better actually. A little bit of a sharp fall off there. Might be nice to smooth that a little bit. A little bit too wide on the side. That's what I will mirror. All right, save. Boom. Reset. GRSI for keyframe. Boom. All right, that's 25, 26 blush. Blush. What should we do for blush? Something bashful. Let's look up Snow White's reference. Bashful. Always a good one. It's like the upturned lower lid. Open eyes. Raised but slightly concerned eyebrows. Kind of like a smaller smile. Hopeful. It's like a hopeful nervousness. A little bit more inward. And oh yeah, this cheek squint. Just go just straight up. All right, 27. Smirk. Reset all the expression. I do like this one to be asymmetrical too. Like that. Yeah, I can live with that. Save. 28. Lip. Click the wrong button again. All right, 28. Lip. A little tongue poking out. Oh, only did half. I'll save that as is. Now let's do the eyes. So it's supposed to be kind of like a derpy, goofy one. A little too derpy. And these are, that's right. I messed this one up a little bit because we can just reuse these values. What this is. Is it end? I think it's an end. Can I copy this? Copy. Boom. Paste. Hello, Conarian. You are a bot. Be gone. That's like forever load. Okay. All right, so got this out there. All right. Now we can test the expressions in Unity. And then we'll make some custom gestures for the hands. T-pose, the body, and the clothing. And at that point, really the only main undone thing would be the bottle. Need to make some liquid for that bottle. Probably a nice, clever way to make that liquid with a shader, but I don't know if I want to do that. That's a little outside the scope. That'd be an additional research project, so I'd have to say no on that one. But we should be able to make a shape key that I can move up and down, and that should do the trick. Yeah. All right. Let's have to think that through. So make those shape keys right now. Which one are we working on? We are on the body. Let's actually do thing first. I'd like to just smooth out a little bit of this weight here. We want it to bend. Ideally a deformation. It's like a soft fall off. Good. Okay. Save that. Close here. Back to the body down here. Recreate. Move the shape keys first. Apply. Save. And bake. That series of steps I just did, I really should be baking into scripts as I go. So I can just have like re-export, compile and build shape keys and export this mesh in this order, doing these things. Because doing it by hand takes time, and I can do it wrong, which is just not ideal. Just chilling for a second. I'm gonna go grab a snack. Mango bar acquired. All right. So now, oh wait, I need to get that. Cat photos sent out. um, okay, we are done working on him for the moment. We are missing a tail texture. Right now they do have the body texture. Should I just try to fit them? No, baking them is really not going to be very easy. So yeah, let's make another material. And that will let us do some fun stuff, I think. As well, just color it purely in the shader. Set up the UVs, export it, build a custom shader. So noise textures. Pretty easy. All right, let's do it. Let's fill up the whole map. That should work. So let's hide the tail source. Save this. Rebuild the body. Let's forget. See, that's why. Okay, I just fucking do it right now. All right, what would that take? So we just have a big export script. Just get my notes to write this down. Export script. And it would just be a list of commands. Do this, 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 and this. Okay, pretty simple. We'll use cursor for it because I'm paying for that. It's over here. We're going to be in folder right here. Didn't I? Okay. So create a Blender script to be run in editor. That so the steps would be disable all collections. Enable export body. Delete all shape keys. Duplicate replace body merge mod. Apply duplicate modifier. Run other script. I don't know if I can do that. Well, we'll find out. I do have this other script for making the shape keys. Guess I could save. Save as. Okay. So save it here, truth here, and then run shape key script. All right. Beep, bop, boop. Sorry, thinking through. Space it out, really. Where'd my cursor go? Damn, right here. To run an editor that disables all collections, enables export body collection. Make sure I'm using exact words here. Then it deletes, selects body object. Deletes all shape keys on body. Duplicates the replace body merged modifier. Applies duplicate mod, then runs shape the Baker script. And okay. We're just chilling for a second. Some more water. Right back. Just chilling. Okay, perfect. Boom. So let's make a new layout, and we're going to call this one export or uh, commands. Perfect. He screamed for some reason. All right, back to text editor, and we're going to open this one. Perfect. Beautiful. Okay, so it should might need to enable this one too. Let's turn this one on, save, and run. And do that, save, run it again. Do, do, do. Script updated, return, refresh, and save. Do it again. So it should be all collections off, export body enabled. Looks like it's enabling all the collections, which is annoying. But did it build the shape keys? Yes. Did it build the latest shape keys? My blush? Yes, it did. Okay. Very cool. So other than enabling all the collections, it worked well. Okay, save, and let's just do a quick test. Awesome. Okay. Excuse me. What's it doing? It's just doing something. Exporting. We've already got it done. Oh, I wanted to just adjust the script. Currently, all collections enabled. Bam. Fixed only exported body. Stays enabled. All right, I don't really want to test that right now, but I will refresh this. And we'll leave that there. So now I have my commands tab, which I'll reorder to the front. That should let me be able to do certain things, such as prepare body, export body, and make shape keys. That maybe next time I'll name the file too. That's a. Did it export though? Prepare body, export body. Does it actually export the body? So. Anyways, actually, I do want to AutoRig Pro export this. Which would be I guess I would want it to export. It's like, why not? Just update and export. So it updates the one in here, rebuilds all the shape keys, and it puts the newest version here, and it puts it in Unity. At least having the option for that, that'd be nice. Okay, so when I do this, I want to copy that Python command. Also export the resulting body by enabling collection growthier. Include growthier underscore rig in selection as active object. So it should grab that. Then we want it to open ARP export. See this. And export. Is that right? Also export the resulting body by enabling the collection. Include growthier rig in selection as active object. Open ARP. It may take a little bit of time to do that, but so it may take a little bit of time to do these, but I won't have to do it manually. It will do it perfectly, and it'll update both. So I think that's a win. And then ideally, I don't have to do any of this ever again. Oops. Didn't mean to open that. We'll just turn these off to test. Save. Refresh this and run it. I don't think it broke because it's thinking, so that probably means it's working. Okay. So it looks like it did not select. Body. La, 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 la. Get hungry again. Okay. Back to here. Undo, save, reload, delay. Interesting. A little bit. Hmm. That's not what I want. The settings for where ARP is exporting should be dialed in. Through UI, I open the settings for where the ARP is exporting should be dialed in already. Through UI, I open the ARP menu and export. Boom. The export button. Gallery Pro. Oh yeah, it's already beat me to it. Okay. All right, good. Back to here. Close this. Save. Reload. Turn this off. Turn this off. Save. I'm gonna actually make a backup copy. I'll call this free export scripts. Save. Run. Sit back, relax. Ideally, save some time. Good chance there's gonna be one more error though. So that's just how this goes. Ugh. Take this chance to send a text message. Oh, let's go. It worked. All right. Well, 15 seconds. I think that's worth it. Now, did it actually update the file here? No. No, it did not. So, where did it export? Okay, certain settings are correct, but the location's definitely off. Let's just copy this, paste it, and just double check. Close that, save once again, and we'll just run it one more time. Yeah, it keeps changing the location. All right, so reload, save. Just turn this off really quick. like so. Save again. And now that we've done that, we want to make sure the AutoRig Pro is still going to the correct location. So we go here, we copy this path, paste the path here. Okay, and that should be good now. So save. One last time, we will save and run this script. And ideally, we won't have to change anything. I think the realization that I'm having about how to work digitally is that you really should only do something once. If you're doing the same process or same things again and again manually, that is really just the wrong way to go about it. That's my thought, at least. Obviously, it's taking a little more time than I'd like, but I do really identify that as like probably one of the biggest issues with making your work time as effective as possible. And then that skill just really continues to flywheel, making your streamlining your own work. There's happening because no file path makes RP fallback to untitled. Okay, gotcha. Reads ARP last used. Okay, interesting. Calls. Beautiful. So let's go here one more time. We have to adjust the folder location. Rather elegant solution. Okay, close, save, reload the script again, run the script again. Let's not count our chickens before they hatch, so fingers crossed, y'all. Gosh darn it. But ideally, once I have this script dialed in, I can use it on any of my projects. And this little bit of time could potentially save me thousands of hours moving forward. So. Especially if I get this to be more reliable and a bit more of a general solution than specifically for this one character, which should work. It should kind of be the case. Yeah, it is, because the variable names are different. So we just swap out those variable names. And in fact, I should be able to duplicate this per object, or maybe we should make a little function. Yeah. All right, one more time. Bada boom. Bada bing, bada boom. Bada boom. Bada bing, bada boom. Runtime error cannot find a valid ARP export directly, got only relative untitled. Export once manually, so a real path is stored. Okay. Ah, gotcha. Shit. Okay, because it reset it. So we should be good after we set this and export once. Okay, interesting. Because there's no past export saved. I gotcha. Okay, goofy, but easy enough to do. So we have to export it once, then we can use our script. Interesting. I wonder if that will be a per Blender session issue. If so, I really should just store. I should just store the path in the script. Simplest. All right, that one seemed to work. It updated. Hey. Okay, so now we've got a body with some expressions. We can hook up those expressions in just a moment. As we can go to our shared resources. Such as expression gestures. The decals. Yeah, pretty much. Really good starting point. So we'll drop this here for the moment. Beneath all the meshes. Good work. Good work. All right. I think I want to break that prefab so I can, well, unless I replace the animations. I don't think I'll need to. Yeah, so let's take a little look. If something is crunchy. Looks like the low poly got included. Well, let's test the expressions. But yeah, definitely the low poly getting included. Funny. All right, save that. Return here. Let's look really closely at the body. I don't see a duplicate here. Switch to should be an like an intersection outline option. Don't see any duplicate mesh there. Um, hmm. Ah, interesting. See right here, the disabling has only hid them in the viewport. Need to make sure that they are in fact disabled. Exclude from view layer. Okay. So our script is currently hiding collections in the viewport. This keeps them active in the scene, including when exporting. Ensure we are exclude from view layer. Cats are macking on each other right now. Oh, cute. No, no. Uh-oh. No. I have to look away. If I make eye contact with him, he'll come over here. Send. Bam. Okay. All right. So refresh that again. Close this. It's a little goofy. These should have been like so. All right, save. Refresh one more time. Save. And do it one more time. Oh yeah, it turned on everything again. What the fuck? Probably exported just fine, but still annoying. Actually, no, it would have included it again. I'll be right back. Run to the restroom. again. So, all right, so let's review. Now uses view layer exclusion, won't re-enable everything. For baking, ba-boom. For export, ba-boom. Okay, beautiful. Save. Just back up. Yeah. Refresh that. Save. Gorgeous. Beautiful. All right. Cool. So now we should be able to update properly, quickly, and most importantly, error-free. Beautiful. That's charming. Yeah, once we get the ears moving with this too, I think it'll look quite nice. Let's also do some biseams at the same time. Maybe we'll do happy. See if that looks. Ooh, a little bit of clipping on the eyeball right there. That is the happy expression with the S viseme. Okay, so let's actually start building up our debug list. No, could do it on my notebook. I should do it in client documents so that they can see what's left. Okay, so I'll do a new tab. And we'll say truth here. Checklist. All right. Generate a big old to-do list. All right, so that would be clipping on eyeballs with the happy plus SS viseme. Oh. We'll just say with expressions plus visemes. It looks like there's a few that it's clipping on. Okay. Go to these other ones. Is that sad? Oh, did we miss sad? I guess we did. And shock. Okay, so we missed a few expressions. Let's go back and get those in. The tongue position might need to be moved. Oh, wow, the mouth looks really good, though. Nice. Feel good about that. All right. So we're missing a few expressions, and I think I would like to update that. I might make the eyes a little bit smaller too, just a wee bit. All right. Tongue is poking out of the teeth. Flipping teeth. And eyeball smaller. Oh, and then happy eyebrows. Interesting. Oh, and then the eyebrows blinking too. Okay, so eyebrow weight paints are incorrect. And eyebrow upper blend. Weight paint blend. And then eyebrow transfer. specifically, we can see the eyebrow shadow. I may just want to, alternatively, I could just enable ignore back faces in AO Baking. That would be this probably the most elegant solution. Yeah, so let's do that. We'll go here to Painter. Maybe I should do that with the eyelashes too. Because then we wouldn't get this kind of slight shadowing there. It would just be a nice smooth surface. So we'll go here. Layout. Oh, yeah. And I want to build a new function. Which is build a new script that enables or disables all collections and enables or disables the wrong word. That excludes from view layer all collections. Then includes in view layer includes collections body LP and body HP and sub. Selects all objects exports all collections. Collections, where is that? View layers all blah, blah, blah. Sets scene What's it gonna do? Set scene. Oh yeah, it's a set. It's custom property. And copy the driver. Oh. Copy the data path. And so we'll want to say set scene custom property to true. I think that's it. I don't know. Hello, Kai. Welcome. Oh, gradient. So that works. Build a new script that excludes from view layer all collections. Brings these one on. Sets custom property to true. Selects all objects. Exports. Box is looking good. Thank you. Yeah, just got the expressions working. And we're kind of dialing those in right now. So I think we're getting into the end game now. More and more Unity work. We can also adjust expression itself. Got a few more expressions to make. Arrgh! I think the lips are kind of too far out. Yeah, we got this kind of, the lower lip looks odd. Let's write that down. Lower lip in angry expression looks weird. Okay, so back here. Oh yeah, and then I was working on this script here. Save collection, store collection, view layer inclusion status. Restore collection view layer. All right. Build me a script worthy of an army. I'll be right back. Oh. All right, added script, export all collections, baking posts. So we'll save this. Go to our commands tab and split it. Text, open. Cool. So now we have another command we can do. So if I turn those off, we save and we run, should enable them and export them. Ooh, and then it restored it. So it did not change the scene property though. Oh no, it did. It changed the scene property, but the scene did not update. Okay. Scene needs time to update after changing scene property. Let's review some of these other expressions while we're doing this. So these vicemes, none of them clip on the angry expression. No sad or shock expression. Yeah, we got a confusion down right though. Happy. I like the happy one. Do that and then test again. Interesting. So it's really just and so one alternative option would just be to move squint forward. Right. All right, so it should work now. We'll refresh this again, save. I'm going to turn it off. And close. Save. Run. still did not update. It should. Right after setting to true. Stores current view layer, excludes all collection. Turns on these. This value drives the status of some modifiers. And by being enabled, the downstream, the driven values still not updating. All right, let's see if that works. So Alt-R, refresh, save, play. Okay, that's definitely the baking position there, but I might have left that on. Either way, I guess if it bakes properly, but do I care? Save. I'm gonna try it one more time. See if it changes the status. Yeah, they're up there now. Hey. Good stuff. Do one last tweak. It appears that all the collections yeah, that's fine. If it updates all the collections, so be it. Okay. I wonder if we could do that by make it a little more generic and just say for any collection that has the ability to export, enable it and export. Now I still need to drive this value. Okay, that's fine. So we still didn't do much because I have to change this to ignore backface and do the same here. We're going to save. We're going to run this. Boom. Whoa. Glorious. Do 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 do. Oops. I clicked on an ad by accident. Let's do some music. Okay, mode, bake. Go to AO and just make sure that ignore backface by mesh name. Save. Refresh actually. export these textures. Save, turn here. Okay, oh, interesting. Still has this outline. Oh, because it's still intersecting. So I can turn off the ambient occlusion baking, but it's still touching face. So that means that what is required is I guess I can live with them going way out there. I would have liked to be able to set the world position. This will work for now. Save. Refresh. Save again. Mode. Bake. Yeah. Funny. Yeah, that looks a lot cleaner, in my opinion. Not getting any weird shadows of any kind. Everything just looks nice and clean. Beautiful. Cool. All right, let's check some of that stuff off my list. So we fix the shadow. Still getting some clipping on the expressions. So go here, go to animation. And for our happy expression, 22. Like to do is move this forward, which should prevent a lot of that intersection. Right, let me move it down first. Move it. That. Cool. All right. Next, the tongue is clipping the teeth. It's all disabled. Okay, well, it looks like it shouldn't be clipping. It's not clipping by default. So that must be just the visemes themselves, or that expression. Does the happy expression move the tongue? That's a no. Okay, well, that seems good then. So fixed there. We'll actually say not actually flipping in rest position. Okay. Move the squint bone forward. We're hoping that fixes our issue. Go to commands here. And export the body again. Already saving me time. Beautiful. Okay, fixed. And there was one aspect to the head I kind of wanted to tweak. So when we're looking at the weight painting on the body here, this should be disabled, but that's okay. I guess I would want the head to move a little bit more. Like for these, I kind of want it to have a little bit more influence up on the top. Oh, that definitely would do it. Okay, let's review some of these too. Yeah, this that'll work, and maybe we'll limit the weight a little bit right here. Oops. Sorry, weight 0, strength down. Cool. All right. So that should be the eyebrow weights, and I can just do this, and we can go test in Unity, which is kind of cool. So fast. Question for cursor, actually. This is just a question. So only. Can Blender interact with other software when executing scripts? Yeah, that's much better. So now kind of very nicely raises the whole head. It's still maybe a little weak. Let's go to here, and I'd like to look at the head. That sure looks like the issue right there. We're going to try to limit it a little bit. Let's do full strength. And we'll do blur with like just a nice smooth soft edge there. Something like that. Love script can interact with other software. Ooh, that's cool. Run external programs. All command line tools. Ooh, all right. That's interesting. So I could tell Blender to set Unity as like the active window. How about make a software the active application in Windows? Much better. All right. Fix that. One more expression to tweak. Actually, some expressions to tweak and some to make, because we're missing a few. But right back. Return again. Sucks. Let's do like mood songs. Additional sets on. So expressions looking pretty good. We can end that here. Oh yeah, no. There's one more thing to do. That was the angry expression. We can refine a little bit more. Yeah, these lips are kind of really on the side. And when looking angry, we want to like close to the gums, because you would be like pulled back, snarling. It's a little too happy. I think the nose is too high. Yeah. Like a little bit raised, but I guess. Yeah, good enough. All right. Cool. Come back to that. Let's review client's notes. Actually, I haven't heard from Jotham. Mind making the scabbard tip brass. Okay, so let's just translate this. I'll say let's copy these. Just without formatting. Questions. That different section. Yeah, so scabbard tip. Browns. Browns. Or brass, sorry. Yeah. Save. I guess we'll make. You know what? I'll take that back because I would rather go to the Jambia here. It's a brass color. Something like that. Okay. And that's nice because now I can go here. Bake. Just bake that. Need to fix up that edge. Oh, that's right. I was working on that at some point. Still unimplemented though. Yeah. Let's go here. Say tip. Scabbard. Okay, so done. Could the Kiseru metal be a bit more of a gold? Maybe this metal here. And I've already selected all these colors in substance. I think the easier change here will actually be substance rather than editing the high poly. You just do it's like kind of the same choice, but why is this one easier than the other one? I can't really say. We'll call this gold tint and add a color selection. Boom, and another. Boom. I'll go here. We'll do a little bit of this. Oh, this needs to go above everything. Just kind of blend it in. Maybe more of like a overlay. Veneer burns are really interesting. Burn. Color dodge. It's not bad. Hard light. There we go. That's what I want. Trying to say is stretching on fingers. The mask have a mouth and nose like the photos. Okay, yeah, let's make a mouth nose for our mask. Go to layout here. And let me check what does this look like? It's mask. Placement ref. Let's make sure we have the here client work. Go to Google Drive. Reference images. A mask. Interesting. We're going to keep this rather simple. Okay. So first let me download that. And drag this over here, new folder, mask. All right. So for the mouth, reason why it should not be here. These were connected. I guess there should be another loop right here. Did I read that right? Corner, corner, puzzle. No, no, no. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Cool. And I'm actually going to here and space. Take this one, go here, and space. just relax this one. Okay. So on these corners here, well, get this all lined up first. This is the middle there. Right? Wait. How many edges are here? 6, 5. So we do have an extra one here. Doesn't be like that. I'd rather just go the other way. What we're going to do is extrude this, bring it to the center, just a little. Bring it in. Maybe bring it inward. Up a little. Right about there. That should be our gums. Then we'll not include the front. Yeah. And we'll send that to the middle. Close up these gaps. Now we've got a mouth superior, sort of. Then we can actually take this, extrude, Alt S. Maybe not that whole thing. We'll take the boundary loop, move these ones, bevel it, and extrude it. Maybe bevel it some more. Look great. Let's leave it there. Move that up. Move that forward-ish. Hmm. Middle, middle, middle. Oh, well, actually, that's funny. Is it going to intersect with the actual muzzle of the character? I suppose it would. Okay, well, let's not get too invested in that just yet. Let's make sure it's fitting. And I can do that by going here, seeing what's going on. I guess I could turn off the face. That is doable. Lower face. Maybe we can do right now. A little bit better. Okay, we'll still have to disable the muzzle. Odd face here. Um, but it's still looking a little odd. I guess I gotta make it quite a bit longer. How reference go? Oh, I see. They were just around the head earlier. Let's actually just make it. The subdiv level. I think I like the slightly cleaner look that I have on the 3D, so I'm gonna go with that. Cool. See how this is where the lower jaw starts. So it's actually, it doesn't wrap to it. It's like down and it only curves up the side. So I really can bring this in quite a bit. Like quite a bit. And let's do that all in one go. So we'll do this. Maybe. Perfect. Actually, I'll leave the tip alone. Yeah, so you see, now we should see this being parallel, but not necessarily so directly. A little longer, a little flatter. Yeah. Close that off a little bit. Okay, looking closer, still not there yet. This crunchy part, I don't like it. I think what I'll do, select these. Space. Well, I was hoping that would have been better. Hello, Genie Plush Oliver. Welcome back, I believe. Welcome back. Closer and closer. Okay. We'll relax this one. All right, looking good. Whew, exhausting. So that's the general layout for the face. I'm going to move it back to 0. Turn off the body for now. So what I need now are the teeth. And then we'll mark out the nose and stuff, but we need those teeth first. So we're going to make a curve for this. Call this curve mask teeth. Move this into a new collection called mask source. Move this up top. For this, we will make it in front so we can always see it. Rotate it. Set it to 0. Except for this edge. Rotate this 90 degrees. Like that. Shrink down. I guess we'll be doing 2 sets of teeth. Or now let's make them on a curve for sure. And we'll just have to reconnect the other side of the curve. I don't see any other way to do that. So SY0, SZ0, perfect. And this one will kind of rotate and extrude. Back over here, start rotating. Z0, SY0, set it to 0. I need to apply the position. Yeah, hit a rotation value there. Okay. So, that's good. Do a subdivide so we can get this segment here. All right. So that's the general idea. Cool. So now that we have that, we'll go to mask low poly. We're going to make a plane. We'll slice it in half. We will shrink it down. Quite a ways. Um, would be the easiest way. One single tooth on an array? Probably. Delete that, make a new plane. You know, and I guess the teeth don't wrap on the side. There would be a gap between the bottom. Oh, just give it a shot. Like so. Save that. Let's add a array, and we can just increase that count. Let's put it at 0 in a second, right before we do the deform. Onto our curve here. So we have it on the curve. We can increase the count. We also want to take the curve, flip it. Now we can start adjusting object. Something like that. Not too shabby. Now, if only I had a nice way to get rid of this. Yes, I do actually. Okay. Beautiful. Now we can add a mirror. Oh, that's because the curve stretch bounds clamp. Okay, looks like we will need to separate this. Perfect. So call this teeth, lower, low. Sorry, mask teeth. Yes, there are other objects in here. Duplicate, rename to this one, lower. Sorry. Yeah, let's name that. I definitely did. I haven't selected it. So, You look a little bit. No, that's pretty close to what they look like. So I will live with that. All right. Why is it shaking? Because I'm mirroring it. Well, there are two there. I don't see it flickering here, so that's good. That is super close to what it should look like. All right. Pretty close. Okay, nice. Let's take another closer look at the mask. So the nose has like a little swoop below, and then two nostrils. We are going to cheat. I'm lazy. We're just gonna fake the normals because we could try to really get this working proper, sculpt something perfectly, but so how's that work? So, general idea is that we'll make some meshes that will float over the surface. So we subdivide this, subdivide again. Should just be able to place this on there, switch it to local. Let's add a mirror. And we'll also add a shrink wrap. So we'll call this mask nostril. Or no, it actually needs the same name. Nostril. Ignore BF. But I do want the same color. Select this. Data, color attributes, face color, yes. Should just be solid white. But... okay. So now, let's see, it's kind of blending a little bit. I'm going to indent and indent again. Okay. So now, We'll make a group. We'll call this shrink wrap. I'm going to invert my selection and assign. Now the shrink wrap, we'll use the shrink wrap group. And this one will be outer, inner. Like so. Then if we move the subdivision a little bit lower than that, we'll get a nicer blend. Okay, and so now we can see that we're adding this nice edge. And one additional step we can do is do an edit, data transfer, sample the body here. We're going to absorb, as long as our scale is correct, we're going to absorb custom normals of the mask using the inverted shrink wrap. Like that. I might want to switch that to just the rim. All right. Funny. So with the shrink wrap, I'm going to copy as new driver and paste this driver here, turn it into a scripted expression. So we could take that offset and then like subtract 0.0005, something like that. This way we can adjust just the one value. It's going to maintain some stuff. That should be good enough. And now we can just line it up properly. We got some nostrils that we can bake onto. Again, that'll look just like geometry, so super handy. Okay, let's do another. Scale it down. Apply that scale. Extrude, extrude. We're going to mirror. We're going to shrink wrap. Boom. Boom. We'll do. Should I project? Subdivide once before projecting, and then subdivide once we're on the surface. Cool. We're going to do a little cut here. We're going to bring in the tip very slightly. We'll extrude that, hide it, take these, move them down, unhide them, then Looks a little weird, but that'll guarantee a quad subdivision. Most importantly, it gives me selection on the outside. So we'll call this one rim as well. Sign. And so we have that shrink wrap. And we'll say above surface. And we'll do another shrink wrap. And we'll call this one rim offset. And might as well add a new one. Onto the mask, above the surface, using the rim group. And for our first shrink wrap, you can also do a little offset, like so. All right. This will be nose crease. Oh, but it is. Actually, it shouldn't bake any ambient occlusion. Oh. Unless it's intersecting. If it intersects, then it will bake ambient occlusion. You know, it's actually not an issue if it bakes any at all. Okay. So, it's nice. Oh, but let's do that data transfer. Beautiful. Maybe I should do Greaseroonie. That sharpens it up a little bit. All right, still missing a few things though. Such as the teeth. So these two, let's actually link their object data. And we'll call this mask tooth source. And you know, let's also add a color attribute. Boom. Let's add weighted norm. It does not look any different, so let's get rid of it. Look at our little source here. Maybe I just dissolve this. Quad. Ooh, that is nicer. Okay, normals look better. Look at that UV unwrap. Pretty straightforward. Let's grab those corners. Hit rectify. Boom. Pin it. We have an extra vertex floating around. Let's dissolve that. And let's turn on strain. Boom. Okay, we filled up the space. There's the single tooth unwrapped. How much luck do we have with this? None. Damn. I can just apply the array. Darn, that's a bit sad. Okay, let's apply the array. It's fine. So yeah. So now they're the same. We should be able to do this. All right. Both unwrapped. Let's go to mask source. We're going to create a plane. I'm going to create 2 planes actually. And we'll call this UV proxy mask teeth. Upper, copy, duplicate, move down, lower. Okay. Now we can add a GeoNode, UV bounds, match UV bounds to objects, UV map. Call this UV proxy. Copy that to our other object. Boom. This one, though, will be pointed at the upper teeth. Take these 2, shrink them down, maybe right around there, and then using Mio, I'm going to unstack them. Let's go the Y direction. Cool. Good first step. We'll worry about the UV mapping a little bit more in a second. Let's focus on the head itself. Unpin everything and slice open the mouth. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah, slice open the mouth. inner mouth. It's the middle seam. I actually want to do this side. Excuse me. Corner of the mouth still looks pretty strange there. Let's we could take this group and then do U project from view. That's going to yield this selection, which we can grab the innermost of and pin and select everything again. Now we have this nice selection for the mouth. Somewhat nice selection. No, it is wrong. I see. Okay, I just misread that. All right. Make sure our UV proxies are visible. That up here just so it's out of the frame. All right. Good stuff. Whew. Exhausting. So let's use our text editor. We have a nice little script I've made to create high-res proxies. So I switch this to mask. This, bada boom. So now in the high poly, we should have teeth. Yay, we do. And they're already getting hit with a subdivision. I actually do not want a subdivision. I would prefer a bevel. cool. Excuse me. Anything I'm missing right now? Yes. On the high poly, there is a red lip line around most of the mouth. Pretty much the entire mouth. In fact, let's go into the low poly. We're going to go into this view here. Select our faces. Doesn't go very far down the lip though, which is it's kind of fascinating. Okay, right there. Go to vertex paint. We'll switch the color to, I'm just gonna go full red. Paint mask, set vertex colors, full red. Cool. And then on the low poly, I will select this edge, duplicate, separate. We're going to take this, put it in the high poly, in the high poly. I'm going to remake the color attribute entirely. Add a shrink wrap. Here. Do just above the surface. Add some subdivision. Oh, it's not very good. And that's okay. Just a starting point. Just the upper lip for the moment. Actually, we'll do this one at a time. Let me hide the teeth. Should have duplicated the middle as well. There was no reason not to. So this will be like my third time doing this move, but boom. think I'll solidify. I'll actually get rid of the offset. Now to solidify. That way we'll get some nice little normals there too. And we'll just make sure it's named appropriately. Which would be mask, eye, hot, red, lips, gums, gums. And let's check the face orientation. It is no bueno. Or, sorry, that is bueno. It is bueno. And let's export all these. Okay, so in Painter, refresh, save, load, bake, bake. Need to disable my mesh name. It is still picking up the ambient occlusion there. Self-occlusion only by same mesh name. But if that gets rid of the shadows here, then there's no shadows here, which I don't like. Mesh name. Hello, Bojo. Welcome. So those lips are painted on or separate geometry. In the high poly model, they are separate geometry, but they are just going to get baked down only into a texture here. So this is the low poly, and this is just a vertex color. There's no actual geometry there. If I switch to material, you'll see. And then in the high poly, we have a few things. We've got these little nostril pieces, the eye, and the lip line. And all of those are details that will just be baked rather than... rather than being separate geometry. We get a little bit of clipping there. That's probably because I named this just a little bit thicker then. Oh yeah, let's add a, let's make it thicker. Grab subdivision once. Here. And just a little bit thicker. But yeah, I really try to use geometry when I can. It's not the issue. Okay, I must not actually have match by mesh name. Okay, well that does it. Okay, and that means here. All right. Much cleaner. Teeth are still messed up. That's because of a poor UV bake. Beautiful. Over 8,000 triangles, you call it low poly for just the head. I thought my 5,128 poly body was medium. Things are scaled so disproportionately in the game world. Like, that's low poly. Like, that's low poly for PC. It's not necessarily low poly for mobile. So there's just these different categories of... Low poly is just a relative term. Depends on the platform. All right, so let's switch the low poly. Go here, flip this 90. Same with this one. Export that again, save again, refresh the mask, save, load, and bake. Nice. Teeth are a little sharp right there. Yeah, I think let's try to get the teeth a little bit closer here on the bottom to like the edge. Maybe try to get that point removed. So to do that, yeah, let me move. Remove the these spots. Like that. That should kind of kill two birds with one stone. All right, and re-enable everything. Export all collections, bada boom. Bake and bake. Still getting some shadowing. Did I? Why are we getting such a strong shadow there? Ignore match by mesh name. That should be correct. Cage automatic, and we have the cage set automatic. Okay, so it's just the AO that's getting baked. It must be because the cage on the teeth is getting pushed below the surface of the mask. It's a little annoying. Should work better than that. Do for PC, I run a gaming laptop, but I work like older hardware. If I can render 1,000, 5,000 with 60 FPS, then it's good. Yeah, I don't mind pushing the visual quality, especially for a VR, because it's like something that everyone's looking at up close. You know, it's like there's not really a need for such compromises on fidelity. All right, let's make the mouth a little wider. Right click. There we go. There, and then maybe pin these. And 0.8. Close that off. Yeah. 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 All right. Should should give us a little bit more resolution. I'm hoping that'll help. Didn't solve my shadowing issue, but did help break up this chunkiness there. And we'll actually go to the base layer. Let's add a filter, ambient occlusion. Oh, that looks nice. Soften up that edge. Perfect. Let's export textures. Export, save, boom. All right. Definitely a larger mask. See the mouth poking through a little bit. We'll have to make the hood just a little bit bigger. And we can always tweak that later. Okay, so check that one off. Boom. And then looking at the sword here, I just brought in the old classic version. I think we'll need a Redux version as well. So let's think about that. Or can I stay in? Can I set just this object to render texture? I can select that, but it's not going to show it. Okay, unless I do this. All right. So don't really want to make this too crazy, but something I could finish in about an hour from start to finish. So the original sword, let's make a new collection, which we'll call what's the word for that? Remastered sword. Okay, so I think start with making circle of 8. Go to the base, extrude up to the top, take the middle, down, and then we'll also put a cut here and here. Take these faces, extrude them. Not quite sure what to do with these little spikes there. Make a crystal. Would be a nice way to do that. 100% sure. I'm going to rotate the original. No, I'm not. in. Okay, let's turn off the original. Now we got this sword. I'm gonna take the middle, this point, move it out a little bit, and we're gonna mirror this on both sides. And we'll take this here, extrude. Something like that. All right, so that's subdivision. We'll start playing around with some of the shape here. Let's not get too caught up on like perfection. We just want something. Cool. I think that looks kind of dope. Normals. Weighted normal. Meh. That's just okay. All right. For stall, those out for now. Wasn't a big fan of that. Toasty in here. Oops, I missed some calls. 1 second now. All right, back again. Sorry for being away for a while. All this sword hilt low. Give me my underscore. Maybe just crystal. Oh. Blade. Sword. Okay. Excuse me. Make a cylinder of 8. Right around there. No need for top. Okay. Let's turn on the baked version. Texture. And this is going to get a color attribute of this brown color. Hello, Toby. Welcome. What a nice sword blade. That's cool as hell. Well, thank you. It's actually a RuneScape sword that I'm retrofitting for our current commission. This guy right here. He's got a few different items. And we just kind of started working on getting the expressions in, and this character's moving around for the most part. And yeah, can talk as well. Oh, interesting. Something's wrong with the eyes there. You can see the eyebrows slowly move. Okay, got eyebrow issue. Eyebrows should not move. Eyebrows moving. So cute AF. Well, thanks. They're coming out pretty well. They got tons of little items. And yeah, we're just kind of working on the details. Look at this little blade right here. The blade. Yeah, how you been doing? Hello, Arctic. Welcome to Crawl Wall. I got this mask that we just kind of started wrapping up. That came out pretty cool. Yeah, just working on this little hilt made now. So we'll do a shrink wrap onto here, but not before we create an array 0, 1.2, maybe just 1. But hello, Arctic. Welcome, welcome. How you been doing? Do a subdivision surface here, then a solidify. Bevel. Do percent actually. Percent just seems to work a little bit nicer. And I'll give it a very mild displace. Just so they intersect and we're not getting any gaps. Good, good. Vibing, my model still works so wonderfully in VRC. I'm glad to hear that. I am very glad to hear that. I feel like it's been a while. Was that almost a year ago now that we worked on that model? 8 months or so? Okay. It's crazy how fast that time goes. October 2024. What the fuck? Oh my god. I just feel like I time traveled. That's wild. That is wild. Dang. Wow. Blowing my mind right now. Excuse me. Oh, Pixie, get out of there. Come on. Pixie. Thank you. Just stuffing herself between the slider and the screen door. Not where I want you to be. Okay, we can live with that. All right. So let's switch things up a little bit. I'm going to work on the tail for a little while. Just has body. Should have exported the body, and this should have a tail material. Doesn't there. Interesting. So that means that here, tail, tail. Interesting. Let's use a set material. Tail. Copy to selected. That really should work, but just in case. And we go to commands, and we can export the body. It's not doing that. Why is that? That should be a really simple one. Excuse me. There we go. Interesting. So let's review those facial animations really quick. Interesting. Sorry. Okay. Now it's got the tail. Okay, select it properly. Did it export properly? Yes, it did. I wonder why that happened. Interesting. That is a little concerning, but not overly so. Okay, we need one more material, which may be at our limit. This will be a poi material. Excuse me. Poi. Spoon. And FBX body. Yeah. There we go. All right, so we got this material. Okay, totally broken. That's okay. Just gonna get rid of a lot of the texture assignments. Oh my god, just load, please. Okay. That's the general look there. Hi, Pixie. Hi. Be held right there. Good baby. Baby kitty. She knows I'm going to try to move her in a second. She's like, no, don't move me. Hold me. So I'm a big baby. Ow. Ah. Just digging in. Whatever you want. I can't decide which side to be on. Okay. So fluffy. Sorry, baby. Kitty. Kitty. She's being good for now. All right. So, what we're going to do is add a hair texture. Use the double G for now. Need a color texture as well. Something's going wrong with the body bake. Let's do that for right now. Lock it in a little. Oh. Oh, that's so sweet. Hello. Oh, and that one's so differently offset. It's because the UV map would be flipped. Yeah, so we'll have to flip that UV map again. And we'll do mix base color. Bring in this other one again. Definitely still too strong. A lot of times it's more like the way the light moves really makes that feeling come through. I think that's good. Let me turn off all the other items for right now. And I want a mask to, first we want to make sure it's matching the color even better. And blend out the normals. I go here, and we go to vertex paint. I switch to flat, sample this color. I should get a hash code. I use that hash in here. Not the same, but closer. All right, let's make a texture. So we're going to go here. We're going to make a new folder for the tail. And in this folder, we can make a texture. A new project, we'll do 2048 by 2048. Really don't even need that resolution at all, but take it. Oops. All this. Growth here. Tail. Almeida. And we're going to take we'll do is take two layers. So this first layer, let's actually bring in a reference image as well. Whoa! Could see some cat fur flying up when I sneezed just now. Good lord. That's a lot of fuzz. Thank you, Jeannie. Okay, so these two layers, we're going to switch to this mask mode, and we can do a gradient. This be the other way. I don't know which way's up just yet. Go back here. That texture comes in. We're going to make sure that it's size. Oh, interesting. Should have saved as a good. All right, it is flipped. Pretty good. Really wish this blend was. Sorry. Okay. Let's go back here. So we look at the tail. This is not a mirrored object. I've made this in a slightly different way. So I want to multiply or UV map multiply vector attribute. So do UV map, say -1. not working nicely. Deal with that later. Let me write that down. So say tail, right tail, anisotropic, moving incorrectly. This is because the UV map needs to be flipped. Okay. Positioning is really kind of goofy, to be honest. It blends a lot smoother there. We got this odd fall off. Not a fan of that. Okay. Since we are using the source directly, I can use one of my vertex groups. So I'll call this one data transfer. Will be 1 and 5. Like so. Means now these ones will be able to use the data transfer vertex group as well, like so. So we get this blend. And before I do that, they're all just source objects, so if I wanted to adjust it, I have to do an adjustment. Okay, we'll do this one first. So boom, edit, vertex, weight, edit. Move that above the data transfer. Select the data transfer group. And fall off, custom curve. This gives us a lot of control over how and where this blends, which is super nice. I like it. So select all these, select this one, copy this over, and then this over. Now we have a nice blend with the body. Maybe not perfect, close. Save, go to commands, and let's update. Look at his fluffy tail. Speaking of tails, look at that one. Look at that one right there. Seconds fast. No change to the tail, so there is definitely something wrong with our exporting. Export done. Okay, so it's not updating. Not updating. I think it's due to the shape keys. Well, it's lagging. Oh, something broke. Perfect. Trophy here. All right. Once again, delete all the shape keys. There we go. Good. Ah. All right, so it is definitely not updating. That's what should happen. Bada boom, save over here. Bam, okay. All right, that fall off could be better. But it definitely feels like it's blending with the body much better. We'll increase that maybe up, maybe even pretty close to like right here. Let me look at the reference image. How are we doing compared to that? Tails definitely have a lot of little tufts on them. If that's the case, then let's get rid of the normal map entirely. Getting this weird banding happening right here. And I think we'll actually get rid of the anisotropic for now. Yo, get out of there. I didn't even notice you do that, punk. Bad baby. What? What? It's yelling at me. I want something a little bit more. Missing a bit of flair. Let's go back one more time. Look at our tails again. And we are using a data transfer. But the normals in general are just pretty harsh. First, we'll adjust our curve. I'll push that back a little bit. Even that might be enough, just right there. Get rid of that sheen. I just don't like how rounded it looks. Edit. I guess let's add an empty here. looks terrible. Okay. Then we'll just copy her. Can I copy this curve? Can I copy this curve? I don't know how to do that, so I'll just copy to selected and replace. Okay, back to here. You may be able to notice that the model is not actually getting updated. The shape keys should be deleted before modifier application. Is the name of the modifier we want to duplicate and apply. Okay, there's actually a little bit more we want to add to the tails. So we're going to make they have to be mesh. It's a little annoying. Oh, I forgot. Where are his whiskers? We didn't add the whiskers in. Good catch. Blender won't apply many modifiers. Hey, it worked. So we got the whiskers. So we know it worked. All right, awesome. Means it also updated here properly. Boom. Okay, now we get our changes in and out much faster. Okay, I don't quite like this. Weird glow. What's that coming from? much better. So it'll still be there, but should just be a little bit less intense. Not like that. Where's that coming from? This gray. Is that just the lighting? Oh, here we go. Reflection visibility. Yeah, I'm going to turn that down a little bit. Exactly sure what Fresnel strength is, but looks a little better. Maybe a little smoother on that blend. And how can I just copy this curve? Guess I can't. Oh, shit. Oh, I guess I could do something like this and then do a ramp like that. So we actually do just literally get a softer ramp. That's pretty good. Okay. Really do love being able to just click a button and the whole thing updates. That's super nice. Really can't be understated how much time that's going to save. Just paint. Yeah, that looks better. I want it to blend nice and smooth where it touches the body and then fade out everywhere else. Just moving the light around to see the different lighting. It looks awesome. Okay. um, we'll definitely need to disable the whiskers. Let's look at our SDK. Okay, we're still at medium. Very good. And I think we're pretty close to our max material slot, so. Yeah, maybe we need to adapt that a little bit, make them a little bit closer to the face. Um, okay, I do want to adjust the blink so that it's not affecting the eyebrow at all. So let's add that. Eyebrows moving with upper. And did we fix our Viceme issue? Yes, we did. Good. Let's try doing instead, call this gum line blur. Maybe a bevel. Let's try levels now. We kind of push the black out a little ways past the aliased edges. So it just softens it very slightly. Now we just need to add a paint set to multiply. We will subtract this from everything and add it just to this section. I do the same with this as well. I do want a slight blur on everything. Not that much, just like a few pixels. Makes everything nice and soft. Let's figure out what's going on here. So, if we go to UV editing, That's an easy fix. So we'll go here, go to body, finger, no, source. B. Some stuff to select there. Interesting. Does that mean I need to adjust the source? Percent sure. I look at the attach. It's nice. Okay, just looks like there's something else on top of this. That must be the beans or something. No, it's just the body? Oh, interesting. So, there's a dependency cycle? There was a dependency cycle? I'm still getting issues. Not access collections geometry. There really isn't, though. Hello, Blackbeard. Sorry to miss your message there. Hello, hello. Welcome. Trying to work on these fingers right now. Get them all working proper. Hmm. Weird. Why wasn't that? Why wouldn't? Why would that be an issue now? I don't understand. Well, it's definitely joining them together. That's the issue. Let me delete that driver. It's like there's something else. Wait, no. Okay, it is the toes. I knew that. All right. UVP body. Ah, I see what was happening. Okay. I was confused because I thought I was selecting everything in this collection, but some things were disabled, which is annoying. Okay. So all we really need to do here is take these and lower them down. Okay, so that's the toe. And this one's getting duplicated. So if we go down to our toe. Just need to adjust the claw. Okay, a little bit of work to do here. So enable our attached toes. Middle and ring, share, same UV proxy. Should be a ring one. To do those, we would need this. This is middle. Okay, gotcha. Select these, move them over. Doesn't have to be perfect. Rename. Like the clear room, so I can put these order. All right, this is hard as shit to see. Cool. We made space. Be the toe right there. So we got the toe claw, toes, middle toe ring. Clicky. Okay. And then we can say toe ring. You should be sampling this UV proxy. Gets placed automatically. A claw. You get to sample this one. Bean. You get to sample this one. And now they're all placed properly. So there is a duplicate here. Probably move these down a little ways too. Now what is this? These ones are not unwrapping very well either. There's some, this is very overlapped. Must be the beans. It's one of the claws. It's because finger. Let's look at the model. All right, those definitely look broken. So that must mean that all we need to do is adjust the bean source. So we go to the bean. Okay, that's the bean. Wait, where are those? It's not those. Ah, just these ones. Here. I think I want it to open like this. This is kind of a cheap way to do it, but it's y0, sorry, 0, square. Close enough. Now they're unwrapped properly. We can exit the isolated view. Look once again. Let's go to these and remove normalize bounds. How about just get a bit more resolution? And then that must mean that one of the fingers is duplicated as well. Oh, okay. So the thumb, probably the thumb. She's yelling at me. She's yelling at me. Meow meow meow. Meow meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow meow meow. Meow meow meow. Guess I deserve that. Cat as well. Get that fluffy tail out of here. I can't believe how fuzzy she's getting. Are you in the sink? Check the butt. Oh, yeah. So yeah, we can see these three duplicate right here. So that means that it's not one of these. It must be the index because we added that afterwards. And yeah, we can see UVP is pointed at the wrong thing. And if we look at all of these, there is no index. Just boom, like that. So we'll move these over, take these ones, and duplicate them. These will scooch out. So they have a shedding shader now, which is ew. That would make me insta block anyone using shedding shade. Oh, it's like the little all the fur coming off. I thought that was pretty funny. Rename this first. All right, so now the finger sample that, and it's bean. And claw. Gorgeous. Okay, so we don't really have enough space to just fit it in there. We'll just move this whole stack up a little ways. It's so sad because it's almost perfect, like right in there. Let's actually just use Mio to stack. Ooh. Never mind. What's the order here? It's the finger, bean, claw. Finger, finger, bean, claw. All right, look at that. Beautiful. Okay. And then we can go to commands and I can export the baking poses. So I'll just hit this. Should export everything. Here, refresh, save. See our updates, mode, bake. Being indexed low, we're missing a few objects. We can go to ensure we have our high-res proxies by going body, body, save, run. Hopefully it doesn't create duplicates. Interesting. I can't scroll them any further. It doesn't want to line them up. But there's a max to that. Okay, boom. Baking poses, save. Run that again. All right, turn off the baking pose and export the body to Unity. I don't think I understand the squares. Oh, so that's a new thing I'm doing. So basically, when you unwrap an object, usually you have to manually place that. So like, say for the eye, I'd unwrap it and I'd place it. What I've done is kind of separated that where you can have an unwrapped object and then you can use another object to place it on the UV map. So you just have a generally unwrapped object like a eye, and then you have a square, which I can sample to place the eye UV map wherever the that square's UV map is. So you're grouping it. Basically, it's more like it's just another adding another level of control to placing objects, because that way I can have like all of my objects can have their own personal UV maps, and then I can do this secondary non-destructive placement, and so just lets me stay a little flexible. No, that makes more sense, but that's great, but confusing. Well, it definitely is. Basically, over the past 6 months or so, I have just realized I only want to work non-destructively, because there's just this aspect to digital work where you are forced to redo things a lot of the times. Like iteration is just such an inherent part of this kind of work that I'm just trying to make it as easy as possible on myself to go back and propagate any change all the way through this stack of geonodes and objects. So it's useful, but maybe a little unwieldy at times. Oh, that's such a happy little face. Okay, 223. I'm just gonna spend some time adding the rest of the expressions, and then we'll call it there. And get a Unity package out. But things are coming together now. But yeah, I have my blend files just continue to get more and more elaborate, honestly. I feel like I make a little factory to make the character. Like all the parts go down. They got the source objects, and then they all get processed, and then they all come back together, and then get outputted. Yeah, it feels like a little factory. Kind of fun in that way. But certainly not a beginner's choice. Right. So expressions, animation. Go here. We will double check. I think we skipped a few expressions basically. 29 should be tongue out, which I didn't touch. 28 blep, 7 smirk, blush, and yeah, for shock we didn't do anything, so let's do that now. Just use symmetry. I always like making this one. I think it's kind of fun. Good enough. Shock. Oh, and then sadness is another one, main one we missed, which is 23. So bring this down, and raise some of these front lips, jaw just a little bit. Then it's always important to raise this up, turn it down. Looks pretty good. Save. Go back to frame 1. Commands. Save. Oh, and I love that. I don't have to fight my systems anymore. So I realized today it's just like I spend so much of my day is just exporting things, like setting things up to export, exporting the things. What a waste of time. Just want to get it should be done in Blender and then it should be done in Unity. Hello, Bunsy Best. Welcome. Very expressive. Nose might need a little bit more detail, a little texture for. If you don't remember me, I am Nick. Or Nitch. Well, welcome back. Either way, we're working on this box right now. Hope your day's going well. But I'd be hard pressed to say what we talked about last time you were here. And we fixed that one. And here we wanted to adjust. Oh yeah, whiskers need to be brought in. Closer to face. We also want. So there's something else I was just thinking of. I think it's just the eyebrows. Ooh, shadow for the mouth. Okay, so let's go back to, oh, maybe not painter, substance. I'd like to adjust the weights on the body in order to prevent the eyebrow from kind of stretching vertically so much. Let's do visualizing as dead weights. Interesting. Can't paint that one out apparently. Oh, it's not letting me paint because I have these two enabled. That looks good. Now how about the eyebrow? That is way too close to the eye. We really don't want any of these going onto the eyelid. So why are we still not getting the movement we would expect? So when I move this up, it would need to move this spot as equally as it moves this one. So we'll just take the movement brush. Weight 1, strength low, and then kind of adding it back. We're trying to just make sure it doesn't go lower than this section here. Okay, see how that goes. Let me just go into edit. Let's look at this vertex here. What else has influence on this? Eyebrow, the nose. Okay, that's quite a bit of influence too. The nose. That sure looks like it's moving much stronger. So let's export again. Okay, yeah, those eyebrows definitely seem to be moving nicer. I really like that one. The happy really does look quite happy. All right. 235. I'm going to do a bit of painting, and that's it. No more. Sorry, got distracted. Okay. No. All right, looks like we're still messed up on the toe there. Oh, so make sure those are enabled. Interesting. Okay, there's no overlap. So the issue must be that there's no high poly. I see. It's not going deep enough into the hierarchy to make it. So to duplicate toe. Is there. So it would have worked had we had the naming proper. All right, so we do that. We can go to our collections here, save, bake, or make. And in the high poly, we get this ring, Beautiful. Export everything into the baking pose. No, my my fingers and hands, no. Save. Still an issue. So yeah, I was just thinking that. We need to set the bake position to I don't like that I can't see my fucking there. We need to set the bake position to the scene custom property bake position 0 false. Sets it to true. For reference. Time for food and a movie. Have a nice rest of your day. Same to you, Arctic. Enjoy your day. If I don't catch you tomorrow, enjoy your weekend. Thanks for hanging out. See you soon. Bye. Added the requested line the export step. It is set immediately before the ARP export call. Ensure the bake position set to true is the first step. Boom. Okay. Line excuse for any collection exclusions. Perfect. And that would be this one. So reload, save, and we'll try exporting again. Which script was changed? Oh shit. I can just change that by hand. Boom. Yes, keep file. What? Did I not save it here? Do I have to make sure I hit save? But bake position was false. False. Find a better way to change that because it's not changing as well as easily as I'd like. Boom. Save. Okay, last change. I didn't even get to do the mouth shadow that I'd wanted to create. It only made the shadows on the teeth, so we'll duplicate this. We'll call this mouth shadow. This. A little hard to tell where it is. There. Okay, we'll delete these other ones. Add a paint. Oh, and then paint out the nose as well. Save. Export. I haven't checked my phone. There we go. Nice dark shadow. Oh, it looks a little too strong on the top. Must need to be rotated. Looking hard to see. I guess not. No, it's already that dark. All right, save. Close. Let's go here. Let's hit play mode. Make sure all the materials bake, and then let's get a version uploaded for the client. Cool. Close. Save. Truth here. Export. All this too many features to list, but just say expressions. Babies. All right, everyone. Thank you all for hanging out. Hope you have an amazing day. I got to get running. So we'll catch you soon. Tomorrow I'm hoping to stream, but there's a good chance I won't be able to. So if not, I'll see you Monday. Have a great rest of your Friday. Great weekend. See you soon. Bye, everyone. Bye. Bye, Kai. Have a good one. Anyone else that's lurking out there,